אוקיי, וואו. אוקיי, זה משהו שאני לא רגיל אליו. אוקיי. Choose the screen and subtitle language. English. Obviously English. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No. Please adjust this slider until the computer is barely visible. ככה נראה לי ככה בסדר? And please enter the current time. רגע, אני אחכה לזה בשביל לעשות את זה פרפקט. השעה שלי עכשיו היא 9 בערב פלוס אומייגאד. קדימה, תעבוד. Okay, perfect. Note accessibility settings can be accessed from the menu. Okay. Okay. You are playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Okay, נתחיל.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-winning, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Okay.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Ma.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh. Okay. Whoa. Why is my head is that? Oh my god. גם למה אני מחליק? אוקיי, sure. לקפוץ? לא. אז רק לזוז WASD ואחלה, אוקיי.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay. What's that? Oh! אוקיי, חיביתי את המחשב. אוקיי, כן, אז אני פשוט לא יודע מה לעשות. יכול לקפוץ? מה זה? קפוץ דברים? לא, אוקיי.
Oh, please.
Oh.
Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
What?
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No,
Huh?
no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
What?
Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
אוקיי.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
What the fuck? מה אני עושה פה?
Do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
אוקיי.
No, I'm still not feeling it.
Oh my
I want
God.
this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true
yes,
reward
that's
for
it.
valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter
מה אתה
what
רוצה
the
שאני
cost.
אעשה?
Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417? מצאתי? פה. חדר 417? מה אתה... עוד מחשב. חדר 417? איפה זה? הנה.
Great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. what the fuck? מה זה? Surname access. אוקיי. 437 אמרת, נכון? אוקיי. איפה זה? הנה.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now,
Okay.
door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Sure! 415.
Now, back to door number 437.
כן, עכשיו חזרה לשמה. יש פה מחשבים. לא. מרגיש בשמה שאני יכול לקפוץ, אבל אני לא יכול. הג'אמפ לא עובד פה. Oh, you can't jump! No, seriously, we disabled it. Then get your first achievement. Okay,
Let's
בסדר.
see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
קונטה. Okay.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think
What
we're
the
getting
fuck?
somewhere.
מה אני עושה פה? כן, חדר 417.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
What the fuck? המחשב של... אוקיי, כן יכול לטפס, אוקיי.
Yes, this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go
Ma-
give me a few clicks on door 416.
416. מה זה הדבר הזה?
We've almost got it.
What the
now
fuck?
the copy machine, do that one again.
המכונת ההדפסה? Sure, whatever.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 43. Yes, we did it.
קליק עוד 435 פעמים.
Amazing.
אוקיי.
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
Okay.
Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
The fuck? אגב, למה הדלת של המשרד ננעל? רגע, אני יכול לטפס על זה, נכון? יש דרך שאני יכול לצאת מהמשרד, לעשות קצת קליפ out of bounds או משהו? או שזה בלתי אפשרי כי אני לא יכול לקפוץ? אולי אני לא יודע כבר. sure! אולי אני יכול עכשיו להתקדם אל המיטינג רום?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
there's a
doors,
note.
he entered the door on his left.
אז עכשיו נראה, אני לא יכול לפתוח. אתה אמרת דלת משמאל. אוקיי. לא. ויש עכשיו דלוק שמאל.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
כן, נראה ככה.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
מה זה? What the fuck? What the מה זה? הברום קלוזט. זה אני יכול לפרש פה.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
אוקיי. בטח שהיה פה כלום?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
בטוח, כי אם אתה ממשיך לדבר, אם אתה ממשיך לדבר פה, זה משהו כמו ללחוץ על הדלת 5 פעמים משהו.
Baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
אם אתה ממשיך לדבר, אז אני אמשיך להישאר פה.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing?
יכול לעשות, אוקיי.
Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
תן לי משהו. Please.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
אז למה אתה ממשיך לדבר?
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
The fuck?
I hope your friends find this concerning.
אני רק רוצה...
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He
Hey!
probably got the job
What the
because of
fuck?
a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
What the fuck? מה יש לך?
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
מה?
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
מה?
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins
What
to
the
decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead.
What the
They're falling
fuck?
prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Okay, man.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you too. Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay. Sure. מה שאתה אומר? אוקיי, לא נראה שהוא עכשיו אומר כלום, אני אפרוש.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Upstairs. אוקיי. שמה זה נעול? What the fuck? אוקיי? Executive bathroom. יש פה משהו. To be rich isn't a crime. To commit crimes isn't it rich? What a life in war it would be to have to pick just one. Okay? מעבר לזה נראה שיש פה כלום. מה זה? זה נעול. מה זה? זה מחובה. אוקיי,
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to
לא, לא, אתה אמרת את זה. אידיוט.
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
מה זה? What the fuck? מה זה המקום הזה? What the fuck? וואו, ביי! בוא נרד, נראה מה יש פה למטה. כאילו, what the fuck? מה זה המשחק הזה?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay. אמר לי, יכול לעלות? אני יכול לעלות עוד פעם. Okay.
Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
אולי יש עוד דרכים. מאיפה אני יודע?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive, rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other. A rich tapestry of uncompromising
Oh my god,
narrative.
stop the pace! Stop the pace, כבר, oh my god!
To the edge of my seat.
Shut up!
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going
Shut
down
up!
again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Stop the pace שלך כבר! מה השם?
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Stanley walked
Oh my
straight
God!
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Mind Control Facility. פה נראה היציאה, אז ביי.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
זה לא לופ אינסופי,
At
נכון?
this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
למה אתה אומר שסטנלי ימות? זה ליטרלי אומר שזה יציאה, אז ביי ביי. אומייגאד. אוקיי, לואודינג סקרין. אאו. מה זה? רגע,
As the machine went into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise,
Oh my god!
he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this
What
world
the
is.
fuck? מה זה?
Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
The fuck?
In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Fuck. Oh my god! No, the Stanley Parable.
And
Okay.
yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game back in his office, as alive as ever. What
fuck?
exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
מה זה?
Every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance. Death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
What the fuck?
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
The fuck? Nature paintings. What's it? The outfit. What the fuck? Button sounds. A selection of sounds used throughout the game. With buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard stroke and a synchronized tone. Okay. What the fuck? רגע, אם פה זה to-dos אז בוא נלך להתחילה. מה זה? Filling cabinets. Office computers. אני אכבה את זה. איפה שאני אהיה? איפה שאני צריך, what the fuck? Office layout. This woman chose the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the doors. This was the first path of the game that was built. Sections have been added after throughout development through the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Okay. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Okay, two doors. The sound of the two open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction of this room posed. Okay. קרדיטים? אוקיי, אז זה הולך להיות הסיום של המשחק. כן, כאן היריד בסרטון עליו הבא. מה זה? Boss's office. נראה שזה השתנה קצת שזה יגיע למודל הזה. אוקיי. Office clock. מה עוד יש פה? Freedom ending? This is the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. Wow, okay. בסדר. מה זה? Countdown desk. Well, that desk is another version of the countdown ending. Countdown? The fuck? Oh my god, that's story. Oh. Oh. Okay. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with freedom above and the countdown below. We abandoned this and replaced when it was too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and placed the two endings together instead. Okay. Countdown room, another version of the countdown room. Okay. What's that?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Okay. Off?
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
I'm mad at the bird. Oh my god!
Listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
Escape
as long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
Oh, was it the game? No!
Do choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
לא! אז זה הוצאתי מהמשחק! לא!
All of his co-workers were gone.
What the fuck?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh. Okay. Oh, awaiting input. Okay. Sure.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
מה אם אני אלך ימינה?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
אוקיי. אז יש המשך לפה, אוקיי.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It
And
had really been
clone.
worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
אוקיי.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
אוקיי.
Yet
חזרתי
there was
לפה.
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
מה יעשה הכל רגיל? כאילו... כמה שיותר רגיל שאפשר. משהו פה... בטוח שהיה פה כלום? לא נראה ככה. לא יודע למה אני תמיד חושב על השירותים האלה. The fuck? מה המחשב הזה? אין כלום, אוקיי. או! זה נפתח! אוקיי, אוקיי, בוא נעלה למעלה. איזה קלאסי, אומייגאד. זה שיר קלאסי. אני זוכר את זה מנצח. Okay. The fuck? זה לא נראה בכלל שאפשר לזוז מפה. אוקיי? אני מניח?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
כן, סתום את הפה
That
כבר!
kind of anxiety isn't healthy.
אומייגאד,
So he
סתום
relaxed
את
for a
הפה
few
כבר
minutes
ותפתח
with
לי את
some calming new
הדלת!
age music.
אוקיי, זה דווקא לא רע. אני כבר שמעתי מוזיקה קודם. מוזיקה לא רע, ייי!
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated,
אוקיי,
Stanley
פתח את
calmly
הדלת
walked
כבר!
into the opened passageway.
מה אני אעשה את זה איך שהוא תכנן את זה? כי אני מתתי פעם קודמת.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
אני יודע שזה אשכרה הורג אותי. אז, Mind Control Facility. אוקיי.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to
יש
himself.
פה משהו למעלה.
Did he have the strength to find out?
מה זה? אוקיי. מה יקרה אם אני... ביי ביי. אוקיי.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome.
Aye.
You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it.
The fuck?
And you're all
What's
very,
that?
very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew...
אז אני בכלל עשיתי את זה בגלל ש... א', אני יודע שאפשר לעשות את זה בגלל ה-achievement שאני עשיתי קודם, אל חדר 430. ודבר שני, למה לא? אז כן.
that we had to do something
The
about this
fuck?
little goof of ours, so here you
זה היה באג?
New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Is that Tom? Okay, wow.
Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job. You made it to the bottom of the mind control.
Oh my god.
You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful.
לא, לא ידעתי שהם burial blocks.
Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
אוקיי, אז זה היה כיף. אוקיי, זה עשה reset? אוקיי. מה אחוז יש על waiting input?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
בכמה מכשירים אני 100% ראיתי על waiting input. הנה. input received, אוקיי. אז נראה שזה מחשב רנדומלי בכל פעם. קודם זה היה המחשב הזה. עכשיו זה המחשב ההוא. זה נראה על כל reset פועל ככה. אוקיי, וואו.
When Stanley came to a set of two
בוא
open
נקצר
doors,
זמן
he entered
כבר.
the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling away,
אני רוצה לחזור חזרה לבוס's
Stanley
office.
decided to go up to his coming to a
סתום
staircase.
את הפה שלך
Stanley walked
כבר.
upstairs to his boss's office.
מה יש פה? כלום. זה עדיין פתוח.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway.
Oh!
Surprise.
תודה רבה שפתחת את זה מהר עכשיו. יפה, אני צריך לעשות את הקוד. תודה רבה. איזה יופי. וואו. וואו. יאללה זוז.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
כן, לא רואה, עכשיו אני צריך... אשכרה ללכת על פי הסטורי.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
כן.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
אני לא הולך
Did he
לקפוץ
have
עוד
the
פעם, אני
strength
פשוט...
to find out?
אוקיי, אני לא יכול לעשות את זה, בסדר. מה יש פה? בוא נראה. המחשב חורים וזה.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Oh, what the fuck?
And
What's that?
Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Okay. What? My God. Okay.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe it couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
אולי? אני לא יודע.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
יש סיכוי שסטנלי באמת אידיוט.
Here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled
Mind
with
control
emotions.
status offline.
Happy, or sad, or content.
God.
Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past
Mind
began to
controls
sink in,
are awaiting
Stanley
input.
decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
מסכים! מתחבא את המניאק הזה.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
נראה לי. Oh!
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay
My
unsolved.
God, איזה חזק זה, oh my
His
God.
co-workers gone. How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
שאלה טובה,
What
האמת.
mysteries did this strange building hold?
אולי אני זה שקשור לשליטה של סטנלי? לא
He
יודע.
realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge
Oh
or
my
even
God, איזה
power
חם זה.
that he
לא,
had
איזה חם זה, זה
but happiness.
מואר זה.
Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
אוקיי.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or
אני...
how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
ברור.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him.
Oh my God.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Oh my God, סוף כל סוף סוף טוב, שזה לא... אני ליטרלי מת. Oh, beat the game, complete the Stanley Parable. זה הקל? אבל יש פה דברים, יש את הקטע הזה של ה-waiting input, ויש... נראה שיש דרכים אחרי שאני פונה ימינה.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
מאיפה
simply missed
ה-waiting
the memo.
input הבא?
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to
צריך
stop
לראות
by the
הרבה יותר
employee
מחשבים.
lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
יש את זה משום מה פתוח, אבל אני לא אעבור שם.
And so he detoured through the maintenance
Oh,
section,
there!
walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single
אבל יש
person
עוד
there
משהו
either.
במיינקרוט
Feeling
פסיליטי.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
בוא
upstairs
לרדת.
to his boss's office.
יש כל כך הרבה דרכים במשחק הזה. Oh my God, ה-waiting input במשרד של ה... Oh!
Here's the door, just go.
אוקיי, תודה רבה. תודה רבה באמת.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
כן. עשה את זה מהר בבקשה.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
כן, 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 נו. פתח לי הכל. מה אם אני אפעיל את
Now
המכונה
the
הזאת?
monsters jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's
Oh my god,
coworkers.
stop the
The
best
lives of so many individuals reduced to images on
Oh
screen.
my god, stop the best כבר, for fuck's
Eternally
sakes!
in this place where freedom meant nothing.
רגע אחד. אני יכול מפה לקפוץ למטה! יש לי עוד דרך להגיע למטה, הולי פוק!
This mind control facility, it was too horrible.
Oh
to
my
believe it
god,
couldn't be
do
true.
it with the Mali!
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it
God,
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
the mind facility.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content.
Shut
Walking,
up!
eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted? Control?
Oh, not in my control system.
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are...
Oh my god, I'm money because oh my god, no!
Long until detonation then? Let's
Oh my god.
say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it,
yeah.
Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. This is much
backup
better
power.
than
That's a
I had
backup
in mind.
power.
What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your coworkers are? A moment of silence before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? The hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
טוב, אתה יודע? 4 צהוב. מה עוד יש פה?
Dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it on?
4 צהוב, 3
I mean,
כחול.
look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this
You
room.
won't go to access?
These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
שלב סגול?
What do you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten?
God.
Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Huh?
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment.
5,
But
ירוק.
here's a spoiler for you.
Fuck,
That timer isn't
Sable?
a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just
Fuck.
seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
מה אני אמור לעשות
This
פה?
is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you...
גוביי, אמפלוי 427.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
מה היית אמור לעשות? Okay.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself.
They
That's all I
shut
need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Oh. עוד
No
input.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay. Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Okay, יש פה מישהו! סליחה?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the
Stop
office.
the deli!
It didn't make a single difference.
Stop
Nor
the
did it
fucking
advance
deli!
the
היה פה
story in
מישהו!
any way.
מניאק, יודע מה? אני לא אקשיב לך בכלל. נקודה, זהו, סיימתי.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the
לא,
correct
סיימתי
way
איתך,
to the meeting
סיימתי,
room.
ביי.
And
לא
Stanley
רוצה לדבר איתך יותר, אתה הרסת את
Perhaps he wanted to stop
הפאקינג
by the
משחק הזה.
employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was
כן, נמאס לי, אתה
a
יותר
work of
מדי
art.
מניאק,
But
אתה לא
eager to get
סותם
back to
כבר,
business,
סתום את
Stanley
הפאקינג
took
פה
the
שלך!
first open door on his left.
לא! Fuck you!
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Huh? What around? Oh. Warning, do not jump off the cargo lift while it's in motion. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift $1,000. Penalty for jumping off cargo lift $5,000. אין אף אחד! ביי!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Okay.
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Okay. Stanley מת? Oh! הוא תגיד פה, input received. אוקיי, אז אני 5 inputים. מה זה? Welcome Stanley to heaven. אוקיי. יש פה מיליון כפתורים, אני מניח. אני אכבד כולם? לא יודע שאני אכבד כולם. אוקיי, אני כן יכול להגיד כולם, אז אוקיי. אז כן, אני אכבד כולם. לפחות לא נראה שהוא פה, סוף לא מציק לי. המניאק הזה. אומייגאד, כמה כפתורים יש פה? אוקיי, אני לא יכול לעשות פה כלום. אני יכולה לעשות לך עוד דקה, אבל זה יהיה בלתי אפשרי. מגן. לא יודע שאני יכול לעשות פה כלום. משחק חוזר לכתיב. אני רוצה להגיע של המשרד ההוא. שהיה קודם. גם נראה שה-waiting input נמצא פה למקרה אם אני רוצה לחזור לשם, אבל לא! קיבלתי איזשהו משרד אחר. זה פשוט היה מסדרון. תחזיר אותי לשם כבר. אומייגאד. Oh! Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Welcome
Perhaps
to
he
the
had simply missed
whiteboard.
a memo.
Dog mode. Okay, חדר 426. Oh my god.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
והנה עכשיו אני פה, מגיע שני דרכים.
When Stanley came to a set of two
מה
open
אם אני
doors, this was
אשכרה עלה
not
על
the
זה
correct way
רגיל?
to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop
אבל
by
יש לי
the
את זה.
party lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
לא, fuck you.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
שפה יש דלת.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Okay.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
באמת.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
באמת.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten
Oh,
about.
perfect!
Please.
No!
Really?
Stop the
I was
פשחה
in the middle
כבר!
of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you
לא,
that
אני פשוט
convinced that I want
שונא
something
אותך
bad
כי
to
אתה לא
happen to
סותם
you?
את הפה שלך!
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
מה,
Now
לא.
listen carefully, this is important.
מה?
Stanley walked through the red door.
לא.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
בשביל שתסתום את הפה בסדר.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I
זה
have
כמו
a
מה שהיא אמרה קודם.
solution. Let me show you.
עכשיו זה לא יודעת. אוקיי. זה כמו מה שהיא אמרה קודם.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
זה כמו מה שהיא אמרה קודם.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley,
היא אמרה שתמיד יש קונפליקט בין שני אלה.
I actually feel happy.
אוקיי. יפה והכל, אבל לא נראה שיש פה כלום, אני זז.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Oh my god! הגיע הזמן להשיג עוד אנטינג!
Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Shut the fuck up! Oh.
Oh, thank God. No. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing
אם
this?
אתה היית שקט, אז לא הייתי עושה את זה. סתם את הפה!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
אומייגאד, סטנלי כל כך איטי, what the fuck?
Is this
אומייגאד, אני
really
סטנלי,
how
נכון?
much you
כן, אני אמור
dislike
להיות
my
סטנלי.
game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
כן.
You're literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
לא, לא זה!
Reading the situation correctly.
לא זה! לא זה, זה פשוט, אני שונא אותך, אתה יותר מדי מניאק, ואני לא רוצה שתקע יותר בחיים! עוף ממני כבר!
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know.
אומייגאד, אני יותר איתי עכשיו.
I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
לא, אתה פשוט מדבר יותר מדי, פשוט רוצה שתסתום.
Well, this one is yours.
אני פשוט רוצה להגיד דבר אחד, שזה בעצם shut the fuck up! Nobody even wants you here!
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
אוקיי, וואו. אוקיי. עכשיו המשחק חזר להיות רגיל.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally.
The fuck?
This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
וואו!
When Stanley came to a set of two open
זה היה
doors, this
לא
was
dog
not the
mode.
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
מה
lounge
אם אני
first,
אלך
just to
בדרך
admire it.
הכחולה כמה פעמים?
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
אומייגאד, יש הרבה דברים לחקור במשחק הזה. What the fuck?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
יש גם את הדרך אם אני אתן, אם היה אשכרה אקשיב לו.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be
Oh
difficult.
my God!
But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Really?
Shut.
I was in the middle of
Oh.
something. Do you have zero consideration
Oh
for
my God,
others?
בחיים לא
Are you
עומד
that
לסתום,
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
הוא בחיים לא עומד
I don't
לסתום.
know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
אתה באמת לא
Let
הולך
me prove
לסתום.
it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
פתח את הדלתות.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
לא.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly.
Oh.
Stanley walked through the... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to
כן.
find out what lies at the end of this road?
כן,
you
כן,
chosen
אבל
world?
אני לא
Don't
רוצה
let
להקשיב
me
לך, אני רוצה
stop you.
שתסתום את הפה שלך.
You see, there's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
נראה
Broken
שיש
rooms,
שלושה דרכים
exposed
להגיע לפה.
developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
לא.
Do you not think I put a lot
בגלל
of time
שאתה, בגלל שאם אתה מודע
in the end,
לזה,
it was all for nothing.
זה אומר
Because
שזה
this
חלק
is what you
מהמשחק.
wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
No.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
אני רוצה שתסתום את הפה
Take a
שלך.
stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
אוקיי.
Okay, I'm going to stop you
Let's
there.
do it.
Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for
maybe I
some
am.
critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you.
But they're
If
up
I'm
to the
being
dish.
honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Huh?
To be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
על פי ה-previous playthrough? Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Now, would you say that competitive leader
there's
helps
somebody
you
giving me a
feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
לא, אני לא רואה את ההיגיון בזה.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
No.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
מה זה? Huh?
In this game, the baby crawls left
The
towards
fuck?
danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very
What the-
meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will
האמת? אם אתה מחליט לעשות צ'יטים, אז אני אעשה צ'יטים בעצמי.
really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
What the fuck? לא, מה יש לך, יא אידיוט?
You heartless bastard.
לא, אתה האידיוט שעשית את זה במשחק!
Despite me. Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas.
אתה האידיוט, מכניס ילדים תינוקות לתוך אש, what the fuck?
I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out.
לא, אם זה 4 שעות שאתה עושה את זה, אני לא יכול, לא, זה מטומטם!
Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
איזה משחק יש לך עכשיו?
This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
reset. The fuck?
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
כמה שאני רוצה שתסתום את הפה!
You're meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I've Stanley, and it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
תפתח את הפאקינג דלת! וואו! מעניין אותי איזה משחק זה. זה נראה ענקי. ברו. אתה צוחק עליי. טוב, זה נראה משחק טוב. רק אם לא היה את הנרייטור הזה, הוא היה יכול להיות פרפקט. עדיין לא יכול לקפוץ, כי ברור. תודה רבה משחק.
No, it can't be.
מה? זה משחק עולם פתוח. מה הבעיה בזה?
It is. It's an open world game.
Yeah.
Good God, quickly block it off.
Just a late.
Goodness, Stanley, what a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Heavens, we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
על מה אתה מדבר? זה ליטרלי נראה משחק טוב!
I think this...
משחק עולם פתוח נראה... זה נראה טוב! What the fuck? אוקיי.
Wonderful.
Rocket
This
League.
is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley,
כן,
if
הוא
you
יותר
manage to
מדי
get
איטי,
this
זה
right,
ליטרלי
I will
רוקט
be
ליג.
phenomenally impressed.
זה ליטרלי רוקט ליג.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
בואו בואו
There are
נתקדום.
lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
Okay.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
תן לי
We
להיכנס
shall
לאוטו.
run the bases and do a touchdown
תן
together.
לי להיכנס לאוטו!
Yes, I think surely we must.
תן לי להיכנס לאוטו!
Here's the ball. Have fun.
אומייגאד! אוקיי. רק אם היית יכול להיכנס לאוטו... יש לך לעשות את זה מהר עכשיו!
Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
היי!
Hold on. What are you doing?
מה אני אעשה? what the fuck?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
the fuck מה
How
זה?
will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
לא, אני יכול להסתדר בלי בעיות. מה זה? filling cabinets? what the fuck? מה זה בדיוק? אוקיי, ביי! אוקיי, עכשיו יש... עכשיו אני בסוג של איזשהו משרד כזה... לפחות משחק עולם פתוח, סוף כל סוף. כאילו, לא כאילו, על פי השיטה הזאת, 100% זה בנוי יותר כמשחק עולם פתוח, אבל זה פשוט לא מה שהמשחק נראה, כאילו. Stanley Parable. זה אפילו לא, זה לא עולם פתוח, גם אפילו שזה בנוי לעצמו כעולם פתוח, אבל אין פה כלום. אם זה עולם פתוח שאין בה כלום, זה גם לא כיף, כי כאילו... עוד יוצא השאלה מה הפואנטה בכלל לשחק במשחק הזה, כי אין כלום. זה למה דווקא מעדיף פוקימון סקארלט וויילט, הם נותנים לך לעשות איזה סטורי שאתה רוצה, מתי שאתה רוצה. אוקיי, יש פה דרך, יש פה לפחות תאורה. אני מה זה מקווה שזה לא משחקים, כי נראה שהדבר הזה לוקח דברים במשחקים. זה המשחק של סטנלי, 427. או, לא 4, רגע, אני... 427? זה השם שלי? זה סטנלי? אני נראה שאפשר לעשות בו כלום, אני לא בטוח. לי זה נראה כאילו זה כלום. בבקשה שזה
I
לא
wonder
מסכים.
what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
אוקיי.
I can wait.
אז אולי אני כן צריך אותך. באמת אני כן צריך אותך. reset. נראה שאני כן צריך את הנארייטור. אני לא יכולה פשוט לזרוק אותו ולהגיד ביי. הוא 100% רלוונטי.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
כן, השליטות הן פלוס מינוס G מאוד רגיל. new content! אני אראה את זה עוד מעט.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
יש לי שני דברים שאני לא ראיתי עד... שלושה דברים הייתי אומר. המדרגות, המעלית שבדרך והמעלית פה.
The
המעלית
lounge was
בשער,
green,
המעלית
majestic,
בשמאלה.
perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door
והמדרגות.
on his left.
אז אם אתה כן רלוונטי, בוא נראה מה אתה אומר
It's
פה.
incredible he wasn't fired years
כי
ago.
באמת זה מפתיע אותי, כאילו, לאן ללכת? זה קצת מבלבל אותי.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
מי?
Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
מי? מי? Oh.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
למה זה טלפון כזה ולא? אני יכול לנתק פה את החשמל?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait.
Oh my
goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that?
המשחק נתן לי לעשות את זה.
Choose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
מה אני עשיתי?
It's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not
Oh my
picking
God.
up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it.
מה ראית?
Why had I not noticed it sooner?
מה זה?
You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
כן, אני כן.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? I have that kind of risk on my watch.
אל תתקוף
I'm going to
אותי
stop
עכשיו,
the game for a
באמת.
moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
אני יודע איך...
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
The fuck?
But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack." Excellent.
Okay.
Making choices on a regular basis
Oh, what the
is
fuck?
the best part to a healthy decision-making
זה
process.
טוב.
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside.
Wow.
At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back.
Oh.
You may have noticed
fuck?
that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do
Okay,
would
פתח את
be.
הדלת.
This way, please.
פתח את הדלת. איזה בחירה לא נכונה אתה אומר שאני עשיתי? או. אני לא יכול לקפוץ פה עכשיו.
Now that we know
Yes,
what choices
דלתות
are looking
והכל.
for, we can't have you jumping off the platform and
Huh.
dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay. Wow. לא פעם אפשר להגיע למיטינג רום. מה, איזה דרך אני בחרתי? What the fuck?
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Okay.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would.
Okay.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Okay.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he
הוא בא
entered the
לדלת
door on his left.
מימין.
No! Why did you do
Oh
that?
my God!
Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Oh my, what the fuck? Okay. איך המיטינג רום? Oh.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked
Oh.
about that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of
what
that?
did you
What did you think
cry?
was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do?
God.
Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
לא, חייב ללמוד את
I have to.
What the fuck? What the רגע! What the fuck? Narrator?
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you.
Okay.
You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
What the
It
fuck?
was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
What the
That
fuck?
thought hadn't even occurred to
מי
you.
אתה בכלל אמור להיות?
There's a world outside of you. You're a child.
לא.
My story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so
ראיתי את זה כבר.
perfect. I worked so hard on it.
אני כבר
I
ראיתי
tried
את זה.
so hard to make
אני כבר ראיתי את זה.
is behave exactly as Stanley
Oh!
would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
זהו.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
אוקיי, אני לא רוצה לראות את זה עוד פעם. בבקשה שהמיטינג רום עכשיו בסדר.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
אוקיי, המיטינג רום
Feeling a
בסדר.
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping coming to a staircase,
Oh!
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
אי אפשר לרדת למטה! אוקיי. דלת של שירותים נעולה. מה בדרך הזאתי? גם נעולה. או!
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again
השתנה.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this.
Please speak
Until he
clearly
saw
into the
door
receiver.
with a voice receiver next to it.
זה אחר!
Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
Wow.
Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up. Now, he would draw
okay,
from within
Link.
himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
משהו 115. שער קוד 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Okay.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
Okay.
You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
המצלמה! לא יוצא מצלמה. המיקרופון לא מתחבר למשחק! Night Shark 115.
Fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things
Stanley,
to do.
lock the
I asked you
barrier,
for this
idiot!
one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story
Stanley,
seriously.
לא יכול
If you didn't want to see what I had to show you,
לדבר!
then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there.
זה
Why did you
גרם
come this way?
לכאוס!
Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
זה גרם לכאוס!
When Stanley came
Oh.
to the two open doors, he entered the
Oh.
door on his left.
היי.
Stanley?
אתה סטנלי.
Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
I need you to walk through the door.
התנתקתי מסטנלי!
Are you
The
listening?
step about to the locks. אני מנותק מסטנלי!
Is everything all right?
אוקיי.
The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together.
Oh my God, שתיים לא נכונים ממש!
Take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The
Oh my
story
God.
needs it.
כן, מבין אותי, לא רע.
You hear me? Are you
זה
there?
סטנלי פרבל ב-2013. מעניין.
Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
אוקיי, reset. אוקיי, חזרתי לפה.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Okay.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
אז
a
בגלל
memo.
שאתה נועל לי אחר כך את האופציות...
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
אני
he
אלך
entered the door on
למטה.
his left.
אני ארד במדרגות.
Yet there was
בוא נראה
not
מה
a single
ישתנה
person
אז.
here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
ברור,
boss's
זה לא
office.
פתוח. אני לא מצליח לקרוא את זה. אוקיי, בוא נבוא לפה.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense.
כן, נכון.
And as Stanley
אבל איך שזה
pondered
קרה?
this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
כן, זה חוזר על עצמו, זה לופ.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real.
אני יכול להתכופף, אבל אין לי
He
רגליים.
came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an
חלום.
answer, an explanation.
לא, זה המיינקראפט שעושה אותי, לא?
Actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he
אבל אתה
thought to
עדיין
himself,
פה.
I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
אומייגאד, עכשיו אתה מדבר על עצמך, אומייגאד.
Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
אומייגאד.
He thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their
מה זה, כאילו סטנלי POV? What the fuck?
This was not a dream. How could
אז
it
מה זה הקול של
Was
סטנלי?
Stanley
לא, זה לא
simply
הקול של
deceiving
סטנלי.
himself, believing that if he's
What the
asleep,
fuck?
he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
מה אתה עושה?
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
אוקיי.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
אוקיי.
Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
אומייגאד, זה כמו
Let me go back
ספר.
to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
שלא עניתי.
My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
אוקיי.
I am okay.
בסדר, אין בעיה. תתעורר. אוקיי.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I
Oh
have
my
a boss.
God.
I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me
the
I am
fuck?
real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
למה זה נהיה אדום?
And everything went black.
מה? What the fuck? מה זה?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
Fuck.
She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man.
מה?
He was obviously crazy. This much she knew.
Oh.
Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
What
It was comforting to think this, And in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. Very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life.
Okay.
She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay. כל הכבוד מריאלה. אני עדיין במשרד, כרגיל. זה זה? איפה הטלפון מתחצל? זה.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
אוקיי. מוזר למה הטלפון זה עכשיו הגיב. אוקיי. New content. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it.
נראה שאתה נראה לי רק עוד
Perhaps
שני
he wanted to stop
דרכים.
by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
או שאני אמשיך פה או שאני אמשיך פה. נראה לי אני אמשיך פה.
Stanley was so bad at following
כי נותר לי
directions
פה רק
that
עוד
he
דבר
probably
אחד,
wasn't
שזה
5
אשכרה
years
לענות
ago.
לטלפון.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting,
כאילו-
Stanley.
כן, לא משנה מה, זה, אני סטנלי, אבל...
Stop trying to make
אבל
every decision
לפני רגע אתה קפצת למישהו אחר, למישהי אחרת, מריאנה, אם אני זוכר את השם נכון.
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
ראית את הטלפון.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm
The
just
fuck?
getting bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right,
Okay.
now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Oh my god. Hi.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something.
Ma.
Come inside. Let me
מה
show you
עכשיו
what's
אתה
really
רוצה?
going
למה אתה סתם הורס פה את החיים של סטנלי?
on.
לא.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
What the fuck? Okay.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Oh! Good morning, employee 437, פלוס ג'יוניור קיבו. כן, הראו בכלל האנדינג שהוא בעצם שהוא מת, פשוט.
Stanley is quite a
והתאבדתי
boring
פעמיים
fellow. He
במשחק.
has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Oh my god. Please press P, okay.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Okay. Please press B. לא נראה שכפתור אחר עוזר פה, אז זה B.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown.
Oh!
Fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
This was due to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
Oh!
The thought excited him terribly.
זה ליטרלי הסיפור של המשחק הזה. Please press L to watch, to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too
כן, אמרו
wonderful to
שהבחירה בין שני הדלתות זה הדבר הראשון שהם אי פעם עשו במשחק, ומשם זה נוצר. Please proceed to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
Yellow
Down
line?
another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Oh. Okay. A yellow line, לא יודע שמצאתי את זה, אבל כל דבר אחר, כאילו, מאחר שמצאתי את המשחק עם התינוק, זה המשוגע הזה רצה בעצם לשרוף תינוקות, ואני הייתי צריך להרחיק את התינוק מהאש בכפתור למשך 4 שעות, שזה לא. והשני זה בעצם המיינקרוצ'ופט פסיליטי, שזה בעצם הסוף המתוכנן של המשחק, הנרייטור. Press Q to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end,
Stanley
that he might
Parable.
always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
עכשיו יש new content. Please press Z to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer.
Oh.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Please proceed to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
אפשר
He
לראות.
won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay. Please press Q to be at work in the morning. Okay. כי זה נהיה ארוך מדי.
You see? Can he just not hear me?
Oh.
How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Please press B to question nothing.
I suppose I can't.
Okay.
In the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please
I
die!
pushed a button.
No!
And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
נרייטור 100% חשוב. לא משנה מה, זה כבר 2 אנדינגס שזה מראה ככה. זה 2 אנדינגס שבו הנרייטור
All his
חשוב.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
זה כבר 2 אנדינגס שבו הנרייטור יותר חשוב.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room. and
עכשיו
Stanley
נותר לי רק דבר אחד.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the
המעלית
employee
הזאת
lounge
בין
first,
האמפלואי
just to
לאונג'
admire it.
למיטינג אריה.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
A meeting room.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
נופ, אני יורד במעלית. אולי פה יש את ה-yellow line הזה, כי זה כמה שיותר.
He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Oh my god!
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Bruh, oh my god! זה למה אני שונא אותך כל כך.
Let's see, we went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Sure. Oh. Oh! Oh!
No, this isn't right at all.
רימית את המשחק!
This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay.
רימיתי את המשחק! רימיתי את המשחק! יש!
It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track,
Okay.
From the top.
אין לי בעיה.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
אוקיי, חזר לשתי דקות. What the fuck?
What? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
No.
Did you move the story somewhere or...
No.
Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley, let's find the story.
פתחת הכל. מי שאל את הדרך? Sure. Okay. Okay, הגעתי לפה.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
כן, זה לא אמור להיות הגיוני. מחשב מרגל, אין waiting input. אוקיי, זה 100% איזשהו סטורי.
All of his co-workers were gone.
100% אני לא עשיתי ריסט מלא, זה חלק מהאנדינג.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
זה 100% חלק מהאנדינג. מה קורה עכשיו?
Okay, yep, it's worse.
אין
I'm
דלתות.
remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
לא.
Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
בסדר, אבל זה 100% הדרך. מאוד פספסתי.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
What the fuck?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't
מה
recognize
זה
this
המקום
place at
הזה?
all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
What the
Do
fuck?
you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you
Wow.
put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
3 ריסטים! ייי!
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
וואו! זה סטנלי פארבל הדדשליין. אבל רגע, שנייה אחת. זה 100% רלוונטי, כי זה 100% קשור לזה שהוא עושה ריסטים, לא אני עושה ריסטים.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
סטנלי פארבל
Just
הדדשליין.
follow the line. How simple is that?
100% הדרך פה, אבל עדיין הדלתות. אבל מצד אחר, פה זה מביא אותי לדרך שאני לא עברתי בכלל. חדר 425. מוזר.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
זה עוד למעלה.
Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being by the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
The fuck?
Well, I'd like to
מה זה הדרך הזאתי?
Not sure where I
מה
was
זה
going.
הפיתולים האלה?
You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
כן. וואו. זה 100%, זה...
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
המשחק הזה הוא באמת הדבר הכי מוזר שאי פעם שיחקתי.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
כן, מה שאתה
You
אומר.
won't want to miss anything. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this... Oh, no, not again. How could you have done this to us? After we trusted you.
Let's
After
go!
everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Okay.
Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Oh! 437.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination.
אני רוצה שזה
Whatever it
יהיה
might
עולם
be,
פתוח
Stanley,
כמו
I'm
פוקימון
ready
סקאר
for it.
ווואלד או Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't
Oh my
acknowledge
God.
it, and we should be fine. A choice. We get to make a decision.
Okay.
From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In
Okay.
fact, I believe I need a minute to think.
אני משועמם.
Just walk in circles for a minute.
Oh.
Okay, so I know
זה
that
מה שאני
each
עשיתי.
door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse
my
door's
God.
origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
Oh my God.
Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, what's this?
Okay.
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending. And we're supposed to restart the game eight times?
מה?
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing.
וזה מה שכח מקודם.
Well, who consulted
מה זה
me?
מתפטר?
Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Okay.
And the timer stopped. Does that mean...
Okay.
Did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Okay.
Whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you do...
מה זה היה?
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
יש שם משהו. בא זה שאי אפשר לקפוץ, אבל אני לא יכול לעלות על כיסא הזה? אוקיי, whatever. אני מניח שאני פשוט אלך ל-new content, כי לא ראיתי את זה בכלל.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
מה זה?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Okay.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Okay.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Okay. Wow.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Okay, קדימה.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay, בוא נראה.
So far, it's an elevator. Nothing special.
בוא נראה מה יש באולטרה דלוקס.
Just the beginning of a
כי נראה שאני פשוט שיחקתי את סטנלי פרבל כל הזמן הזה. למה לזוז?
What's going on here? Should we
Should
we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
רגע, שוב הזכרתי שאתה מעלית! Oh my god.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Okay. Let's do it.
All right. All right.
The jump circle.
The jump circle?
Press to jump. Oh! Okay. אנחנו פשוט לקפוץ. רק פה. אוקיי, למה פשוט לא להרחיב את זה לכל המשחק? Whatever.
Is that it?
נראה ככה.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait.
Oh.
There's more.
Okay, I think.
Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new
That's
content.
it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Is it not?
This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Oh!
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Okay, Emma, restart. Can't stop the pen.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
The fuck? מה זה? כן, האמת גם שכחתי לבדוק את המעלית.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
המעלית של המשרד, כי נראה שיש שם משהו.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
פתח את המעלית מהר. תודה רבה.
Here's the door, just go.
תודה. עכשיו אני צריך את המעלית הזאתי. זה עכשיו הדבר הבא שאני צריך לעשות.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
אני עליתי ואז ירדתי ואז אני יכול לעלות עוד פעם. נראה שאני חייב לראות את זה. אוקיי.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive, rapid fire
Oh my God, stop the back
one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Shut the fuck up!
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again.
ועכשיו אני אעלה עוד פעם.
How does he keep coming up with all of this?
ועכשיו אני אעלה עוד פעם. Fuck you!
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Oh my God. תן לי לנחש. זה הבוס's office. The fuck?
Oh my God. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Oh! אוקיי? ואולי אחר כך אני אגש לניו קונטנט עוד פעם, הפעם אולי אני אתן לנארייטור לעשות
I'm
ריסט.
ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
אומייגאד! תזדרז כבר! אוקיי, זה כן חלק מהמשחק. תזדרז! כאילו, what the fuck? תזדרז כבר!
All right.
יופי!
I have fully come to terms. Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
זה למה סטנלי הוא בעצם תקוע בלופ הזה. עכשיו, חזר למעלה. אפשר להזיז קדימה בלחצן ימני משום מה. אוקיי, מוזר.
You know what?
מה?
I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley.
Okay.
You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Oh my God.
Let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting.
זה 100% המשחק של הבוס, נו באמת.
And slow.
אומייגאד, תזדרז.
Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flying right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time.
Okay, that adventure line.
Which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you. So that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean
Stanley
a lot
Parable
to the people
חלום.
who've been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you
לא
realize
Stanley Parable, אבל הוא חלום.
on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here.
מה זה?
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Okay.
Yes, here it is, just through this door.
Okay,
All right,
stage.
are you ready? I've
Okay,
told them you're
Stanley.
going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to
Promise
craft
to
a
share.
truly
Okay.
unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
א', סטנלי לא יכול לדבר,
Looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
וב' אני הייתי אומר שזה עוד יותר חשוב. למה? זה קיים? אומייגאד, זה קצת מסנבר. סטנלי! מה, יודע את הרועש? סטנלי? סטנלי? כל העולם הזה הוא חלום ככה. וזה עשה reset.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Okay. בוא ניגש לניו קונטנט.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
בוא ניגש לניו קונטנט ואני אתן לנארייטור הפעם לעשות reset.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013
עכשיו נראה שהשגתי הכל מ-2013.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
הקטע היה אנדינג אחד שזה בעצם הלמטה של האנדינג היחיד שהוסיפו בעצם זה במשחק הזה, שהוא בעצם מחוץ לדלת של הניו קונטנט, על פי מה שזה נראה. זה בעצם הבאג שהיה קודם, שעכשיו השאירו אותו בכוונה והוסיפו לו אנדינג חדש.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
This sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. And so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing...
איזה שקט. רגע. איזה שקט. עכשיו אני הייתי צריך לשחק ככה את המשחק הזה כל הזמן. אני לא מבין למה כל הזמן צעקתי בגלל זה שהסתום את הפה, אני ליטרלי שכחתי שיש דבר כזה שקוראים לה settings. הסטינגס אופשן, איך שכחתי מה הסטינגס? איזה מרגיע זה לא לשמוע את הקול שלו, אומייגאד. הכמות הקפיצות שלי נשמרו קודם מה של 36. אוקיי. למה אני אעשה את זה? אוקיי. בוא יודע מדבר, whatever. אני אראה אותו עוד פעם.
of this game are not positive. It's just
זה מרגיש מוזר.
Is this what passes
מרגיש יותר מדי שקט, האמת.
content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else.
עכשיו אתה תעשה את הריסט.
For whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Stanley. This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, Why don't we just reset the game?
אני כבר
And we'll
עשיתי
try
את
to
זה.
get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks.
אני כבר עשיתי את זה.
You and me having a great time together like
עכשיו
always.
תורך לעשות את זה.
What do you say, friend?
אני כבר עשיתי את זה, עכשיו תורך. או! זה...
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
אוקיי. למה זה קיים? What the fuck? מה אתה רוצה עכשיו?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
איפה?
Just our little secret. Take a look.
אוקיי.
I call it the Memory Zone.
Memory
It's where I've
Zone.
been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Okay.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
אומייגאד, סליחה. אומייגאד. מה אני חושב על זה? המשחק... נראה שהמקור באמת יצא בשנת 2013, כי... זה ליטרלי כבר כמה פעמים מוזכר, אפילו פה זה אומר את זה. וגם המוזכר פה מספיק פעמים 2013, שכאילו גורם לי לשאול. מה באמת היה מיוחד ב-2013 בהשוואה למתי שהמשחק הזה יצא? המשחק הזה היה יצא ב-2013, ואיכשהו... מישהו החליט 9 שנים לאחר מכן לעשות בעצם את האפדייט של המשחק הזה. שזה בעצם בגרסה של 2022. אז כאילו, מה כזה מיוחד ב-2016 שבו עושה את המשחק הזה כזה היט?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
אוקיי, מה יש פה? Memories on maintenance. אוקיי. נראה גם לא תפתח לי את זה. נראה חלק מזה זה פשוט חלק מהדברים של המשחק עצמו, כמו גליצ'ים וכל זה, ואז את כל זה.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10.
בשבילי זה קצת... למה הריוויוז האלה הם כל כך קיצוניים? למה הריוויוז האלה הם כל כך קיצוניים? זה פשוט לא נכון.
Did you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
אני לא יכול לעבור פה. נפתח פה. עוד פעם, אוקיי.
These were simpler times, Stanley.
עכשיו הבאת לך
What I
maintenance.
wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
מה זה?
No. Oh, God, no. Stanley,
Steam
it's a collection
reviews?
of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these
ליטרלי,
in years.
השגתי את
I
המשחק
can't even
הזה דווקא
imagine what's being
מסטים,
collected
אז...
down here.
וואו.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
לא יודע, בוא נראה.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny.
obnoxious אני מסכים, unfunny, כאילו... אני לא מצפה לשחק בזה בשביל בדיחות וצחוקים וכל זה. אבל obnoxious אני מסכים, הוא באמת סתם מניאק.
With his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
כן. המשחק הזה לא בנוי לבדיחות. What the fuck? נראה שיש פה אחד טוב.
Okay, let's see what this one
אוקיי, בוא נראה מה יש פה.
While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
למשחק לא ליניארי. אני לא בטוח בדיוק מה זה אומר, אבל אני מניח שכאילו אין לזה הגבלות. אני מסכים, הנרייטור הוא פשוט מניאק, אבל עדיף בעצם שיהיה יותר את המרחב הזה של משחק פתוח, זה למה אני אוהב סקאי וויילנט, Breath of the Wild ו-Tears of the Kingdom הם באמת משחקים די טובים בהשוואה. בשבילי לפחות, בגלל שלעולם פתוח שטכנית אתה יכול לעשות תיאורטית מה שאתה רוצה. אז כן.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel...
אתה רק שומע את הדברים הטובים, אבל הדברים הרעים עדיין קיימים. נרייטור.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
הנה עוד אחד שלי. בוא נראה מה זה אומר.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
מסכים בהחלט. מדבר יותר מדי, זה מציק. עוד עכשיו אני מרגיש את זה בחלק מהאנדינגס. זה פשוט מציק כי הוא מדבר יותר מדי פעמים.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's right. And it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes.
הקטע הוא, לאנשים שלא משחקים כזה הרבה זמן, הנה בעיה אבל שהמשחק הזה נראה שזה מביא. כי אין את הדלת של new content עד שמשיגים איזשהו ending ספציפי או כמה endings. כי זה נראה הבעיה של המשחק הזה. זה כאילו, אם אפשר לגשת ל-new content ולאנשים שלא משחקים כזה הרבה זמן במשחק, אז כאילו, מה היה הפעד? אז זה ליטר להיות המשחק עוד פעם.
Skip button we shall have.
אוקיי, תודה.
And here it is.
תודה.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps...
Shut up!
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your...
Shut up!
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of
That
time the
name,
button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
Oh.
That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but... Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Oh my god!
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting...
אוקיי, אז אני מנחש שכאילו 100% לוקח את הזמן שיש, ואז אחר כך מכפיל אותו. זה או שאתה מדבר יותר מדי.
Oh my god. Oh, Stanley.
Oh.
You're back.
What the fuck?
Oh,
מה קרה פה?
goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Oh my god, איזה מתבודד, holy shit.
I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
Week?
I've been sitting here.
Shut up. סבבה.
Oh, hello. It's you.
Hi.
You're here again. Welcome.
מה פה חשוב?
I have had time to think about you and about us and about...
Shut up. הכל בסדר? אני לא הרגתי אותך? או... שאני גרמתי לך... הזזתי כל כך הרבה זמן עד כדי כך שאתה פשוט... מתת מזקנה הולי שיט. The fuck? מה זה? Skip? מה זה?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth.
אוקיי, אז אתה כן פה. לאן נעלמת אבל קודם? לאן אתה נעלמת עכשיו? What the fuck?
The end is never the end, is
Oh.
never the end, is 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 never the
The end is never the end.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
The end is never the end. זה המשפט שמופיע כל הזמן מתי שהמשחק ניתן.
Is never the end.
Shut up. אומייגאד. כמה פעמים אני הורג אותו? אומייגאד. נראה לי, אני לפחות הרגתי אותו פעמיים. אומייגאד. דרך נרסה. Sure! מה שאתה אומר? יש שמש. כוסף שמש. שיהיה פה סרקל וייתן לי ג'מפוס, אני רוצה לעלות למעלה. או יודע מה? עוד סקיפ. צמחייה גדלה פה. איזה יופי. וואו, המקום הזה באמת ננטש. אוי, לא הצמחים, עכשיו גם הם מתו. אומייגאד. כי מה זה כל הרעשים האלה? היה גם עוד אחד קודם, אבל לא רציתי להגיב על זה. אבל פה באמת לא תראה להתרכז על הרעש. ביי! יש לי יציאה? אומייגאד. מסנבר. יש יציאה מפה אבל... לאן הכל נעלם? השאלה היותר טובה פה זה איפה הנארייטור? What the fuck? לא. מסך שחור. כן, then end is never the end. Awaiting input.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
New content. Okay?
Oh, notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
אוקיי, בסדר. בוא נקווה שזה יהיה יותר טוב מקודם. או, סקיפ ישר לפה. הבטחת אותו. מה יש עכשיו? מה עכשיו אתה עשית?
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh. Stanley Parable 2. Okay.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Stanley Parable 2.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Okay. מה קרה כשלחצתי את כל הסקיפים האלה?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Okay. מה יש פה? יש פה מרץ', יש פה... זה? יש... מה זה? Exclusive. The bar that says your name on the of the player that is playing. Okay.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here,
אני ידוע פה כשתי אלייסים פה. אני ידוע כירין, ואני ידוע גם כווייט קלג'י.
Here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being hard. Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory.
Shut up!
If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button.
כאילו זה יהיה בסדר, אז זה יקרא לשם שלי, אבל יש לי שתי אלייסים. אני ידוע כירין, ואני ידוע גם כווייט קלג'י, אז כן. אבל כפי זה פשוט קוראים לו ג'ים.
It's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name.
כן.
Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first.
Okay.
Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Okay, ביי, כפתור שאומר ג'ים. שאני מקווה שאחר כך יגיד את השם שלי באמת.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Epilogue.
Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Free new easy achievement, collectibles, bucket. מה שזה יהיה? Settings World Champion. יש אינטראקטור אקשן עם E לבין jump בספייס. בורדרלנד זה פרפקט בשבילי. אוקיי. אני לא יודע איך עושים את זה, אבל sure. אוקיי, בוא נעשה את ה-free achievement. והנה פה influence hole. What the river receive your new achievement number steps. Okay.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Okay.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yeah. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who are uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you. And I promise it will happen.
What the fuck? That's a bullshit.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Amazing hole. Wish I'd say.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration.
Get
like
well
balloons.
someday, happy 12th
but I'm
birthday.
undecided on
step
get
niece.
well someday and happy 12th birthday. Which would you go with?
So.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece it is.
What the? מה הקשר?
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your
Shut up, Sammy Paul!
As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
No. בסדר, נסיק את הדלי האידיוטי הזה. הנה. יש לי את הדלי האידיוטי הזה.
Feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of life on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
רק collectibles. בוא נראה לפחות שזה לא יהיה חרא. Can you find them? Okay.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your...
6! Okay. Collect them all.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the all right, have you seen everything you wanted to?
כן.
Ready to move on now?
כן. תעביר אותי כבר הלאה. נמאס לי.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
No.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
מה?
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
בום.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
What the fuck?
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Set. What the fuck?
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
Okay.
And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
מה? טוב. הסטנלי פרבל 2! אדום! זה פרפקט! Begin the game.
This is the story.
Skip! עדיין האינפוט מחכה.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
אוקיי. הנה הדלי עוד פעם.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up.
לא.
Why was he not doing it?
אוקיי, בוא נראה באמת מה ישתנה. אני אקח את הדלי.
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
אני עוד אם הדלי הזה באמת ישנה במשחק.
Still no one was here.
אם בכלל זה ישנה משהו.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss... Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. Getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, Now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends, that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
אני רוצה להחזיר בבקשה את הדלי, אז תחזיר לי בבקשה, אז תיקח ממני את הדלי בבקשה. אני לא יודע מה זה
I
משחק.
got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
מה?
Here we go. There. Now it's settled.
From
No more
the
debate,
Stanley.
no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Okay.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
אני יודע איך לי נראה, לא ביג דיל.
applications for this sticker.
אני גם שחקתי מספיק מיינקראפט.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay, but let's go. Bra.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
בוא נראה מה השתנה. Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Okay. וזה נעול עוד פעם.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer
עצרת, זה כבר
As if
פתח
the
את הדלת.
bucket knew all along. Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
עוד אחד.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay. Oh my god.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Bye!
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
אוקיי. המספר 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely... Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
אוקיי, באמת זה לא נראה שזה עושה כלום.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Huh? עכשיו אתה אומר לי לעלות למעלה בשביל להראות לזה.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me.
Oh my God.
You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
עכשיו לחזור למעלית.
Stanley and the bucket were so close, they'd always been there for
עכשיו
one
נותר לי רק עוד
another. Why
אחד.
suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Oh my God.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart.
Ma.
He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's.
The fuck?
And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
חזרתי
For
לפה!
months he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it,
חזרתי
developing and
לפה!
rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Okay.
There was no one here.
Oh.
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak.
פעם
To
את
listen to him
חלום.
talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
עכשיו הדלי עומד להתנהג כמו דלי.
Having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
כלום. זה לדרי כל הפואנטה של המשחק. השקט והבדידות. זה לדרי כל הפואנטה של המשחק. מה אם אני אחזור? רגע אחד.
All of his co-workers were gone.
רגע, אני לא יכול לחזור לשם.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Oh, what the
Perhaps
fuck?
he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
The fuck? מה זה? כל המחשבים שנראים שהם לא קשורים לקוד הזה, דולג בהם. Never is
Stanley
the
lifted
end.
the bucket into his arms,
Oh,
and a
what's
wave
that?
of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
מה אם אני אעשה את האדוונצ'ר ליין עם הדלי?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
מה אם אני אעשה את האנדינג הזה? את ה-confusion ending?
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh! Okay.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not
לא בהכרח נכון.
this bucket that they've never seen before.
לא בהכרח נכון, אבל מצד אחר הדלי הוא פשוט מוזר.
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
Yalla.
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that.
100% עדיף יותר לעשות רימיקסים של הדברים הישנים מאשר מלעשות דברים חדשים שאין בהם היגיון כמו הדלי. 100% עדיף איזשהו חידוש של האדוונצ'ר ליין שאני מסכים איתו כבר.
Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
חזרה של זה, let's go!
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Okay,
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Okay.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Okay.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Oh my god.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell
What
it out.
is lying, Ken?
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
אני לא יכול לעשות את זה. רק כשאני לוחץ את זה, זה יותר מקרב אותו
Now
אליי.
listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the
יותר
bucket.
מתקרב
I
אליי.
don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying
אבל מצד
buckets
אחר
is
זה-
all it knows. That is...
אולי סטנלי לא רוצה להרוס את הדלי משום מה?
is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Well, you
no.
see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
Sean, אתה לא עושה את זה.
The Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now. The fans are waiting. Do it for the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
סליחה, המשחק שלך לא נתן לי. What the fuck? What the fuck? מה זה?
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here.
What the fuck?
Magnificent.
Okay? What the fuck? כאילו בסרטים היה לי וובקאם הייתם רואים אותי עושה visible confusion.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, the confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left.
מה אם אני אנסה למות? קודם, כמו קודם.
No,
said the bucket.
Oh, what's that?
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, מה זה?
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
ועכשיו אני יכול... לא ראיתי את זה, אבל עכשיו אני יכול להתאבד.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Oh. זה הכל?
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it would. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
מה יש
Go
פה?
somewhere else.
לא יצא לי
The
לראות את זה.
cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the...
או. מה זה? לא ראיתי את הדרך הזאת בכלל קודם. כאילו, בלי הקטע של סטנלי פרבל 2, לא ראיתי את הדרך הזאת. What the fuck? מה זה? מה זה?
Okay, this is day number 295.
וואו.
Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time
אני לא מבין מה מיוחד
pick it up.
בדלי הזה.
No matter how many times I've done it, It's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense.
בדיוק.
There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
אולי הדלי הזה עדוף.
Everything feels so. What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me.
Oh, the fuck?
What's that? Who's there?
Fuck? The fuck? מה זה היה? The fuck? הדלי הזה הוא סאס.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never...
100% הדלי הזה נותן לי יותר
Not
אנדינגס.
with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
אז אוקיי, עכשיו מפה אני יכול לפתוח עוד 4 אנדינגס יותר מדי שאני פונה שמאלה.
Telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
רגע, לא 4 אנדינגס, יותר לי 3
go
אנדינגס.
somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
יש לי פה 1 ושם יש
Now
2.
ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
מה אכפת לך,
Stanley did not
לי
question
מניאק?
why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
יש
It
שם
should have alarmed,
2
of course, because
ופה
bucket
יש
can't
2.
talk. But
לפני זה
Stanley
עוד
chose
1.
not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
לא.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
Okay.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness.
אני לא יכול לדעת מה זה דלי, מה זה לא דלי. What the fuck?
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh, okay. מה זה? Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Okay.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Okay.
Okay, let's begin.
תתחיל.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Okay.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh my god. My god, איזה מטופטופ. אבל זה עדיין דלי.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
כן.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
מה? ההיגיון? What the fuck?
Item 3.
Okay, just to go share short bullshit. Okay, יופי.
This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
זה טרקטור.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket.
Okay.
To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot.
What?
Okay, next one.
הבא.
Is this a bucket?
אתה הבאת את אותו טרקטור.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
מה? visible confusion? איך? לא.
Item 6.
כן,
Is
זה
this a
כן.
bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
כן, לפחות יש לי נקודה. fuck off. אוקיי, מה הבא?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
ברו. לא.
Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true.
No.
Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
לא.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is
What
a
the
bucket?
fuck?
What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm
גם
somebody...
השאלות שלך לא
Do any
הגיוניות.
of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
לא.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
No.
I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
Oh.
I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to
זה לא
tear
עובד.
our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm
Oh.
sorry. But I'm going to erase
או,
all
עכשיו
buckets.
הבדלים הציג בעצם לשני אלה.
Here we go.
מה? Oh. Okay.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything
אתה
disappear?
חיבית הכל.
Was everything a bucket?
לא.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
לא.
My God, I had no idea. How could...
אתה לא
Except
bucket.
me. I'm not a bucket after all.
כן.
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
כן, אבל למה כל דבר אחר נחשב לבקט? למה כל דבר זה
I actually
delete?
feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue.
fuck?
But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So,
Okay.
tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into
אז
anyone
כל
else
העולם
with
ההליכה הוא פשוט
information,
delete.
who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
אז כל העולם הפתוח פה זה delete. אוקיי, עשה reset.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
מה?
Is this Stanley's office?
מה? איפה זה בא?
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
עכשיו נותר לי פה רק עוד שתי endings.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all
מה
the
אני
way to the
אעשה הכל
top.
נכון
There's something up
בקוויז?
there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past
אני רק
this
רוצה
point.
לעשות את הקוויז
Stanley,
פה.
how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
אני יודע, אני עשיתי את הקוויז, אני ליטרלי עכשיו בא לפה לרימאץ'.
Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't
קדימה,
a
נפתח כבר את
bucket.
הדלת.
Please, step in here for a moment. Now then,
רק אם היה
I'm going to run
סכים.
you through
זה
some
היה כל
test
כך עוזר.
scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
כן, בוא נתחיל.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
לא.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
לא.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
כן.
Correct. This is a bucket.
אבל מצד אחר כל העולם הוא דלי, אז כן.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
לא.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
כן.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
כן.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
אתה לא דלי.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
Yay,
Erase
שוב.
all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after...
אוקיי. זה לא נתן לי כלום.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of two windows, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that
אז אחר כך אני אעלה למעלה עם
investing in someone
הדלי.
else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been... What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, you're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
אני פשוט רוצה להשיג את כל האנדינגס.
Now pick up the...
No. Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. When did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
עכשיו זה introduction tape.
Comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
No. I'm Dunny with the funny.
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long, and should include the same
תגיד את
question
זה
reprinted several
לקומג'י.
times.
למה קומג'י לא אוהב את
Just to
הסרטון
ensure
הזה?
the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all.
תגיד
Just
את זה
remember to let them
לקומג'י.
stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
The fuck?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So, with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
כן, 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 כן. עכשיו תגרום לי לעשות דרכים שבו בעצם אני לא יכול ליפול וכל זה.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you're calling me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
למה אבל הדלי השתנה? אני זוכר שהיה עליו עוד מדבקה. אולי זה מה שקורה כשהוא מחק את כל הדליים.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
בימין. בוא נרוס את ה... What the fuck?
What? We're back at the phone already?
Well, okay, זה חדש.
Hold on, there were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
כן.
There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yeah,
Oh my God!
That will help me improve my...
Oh my God, law.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door.
עוברים בדלת בשמאל, כי זה הורס את העולם.
You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
אז אתה כן יודע שזה יקרה.
I think this was all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
אני לא יכול לעשות כלום. Oh!
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me
Oh! עכשיו התנתקתי עם סטנלי עוד פעם. עכשיו התנתקתי עם סטנלי עוד פעם.
No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again.
לא, זה לא יקרה.
Let's see.
The King of Comedy בחיים לא יהיה הטייטל שלך.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. A good bucket.
ידעתי שנעלם מדבקה.
A committed bucket.
זה חייב להיות
A bucket
קשור
of
לזה.
culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly. to his
ונותר לי
chest. This
עכשיו
was not
עוד
to go
דרך
to the
אחת.
meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Okay. Oh. Okay. מה עכשיו? Oh, adlik. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Please did you take me to work with you? Okay.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
What's why to take me back home with you?
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say
זה
something,
מוזר
but I
באמת.
don't know how I can convince
סטנלי כל
I
כך
don't
נדבק
know
על
if he'll
דלים
listen.
משום מה. You to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me?
No.
Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It
בטיימליין
can't
הזה
talk.
מגלים
All it would
שהנער
ever
איתו
truly do
לא יכול
is
לעשות כלום.
effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
בטיימליין,
That's it.
בעבר,
It
בדמות
doesn't do
הזה,
anything else.
של הלענות בטלפון, זה הנער איתו משתדל כל הזמן, ומכריח את סטנלי שיקשיב לו, אבל הוא פשוט לא מקשיב לו. לא משנה מה. Don't listen to the loud man, press N for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket.
אני רק
You
רוצה
know,
להשיג את
once upon a
האנדינג.
time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk
Wow.
of metal.
Press it to ignore anyone in your life except for me. What the fuck? מה עם אשתו?
It's sad.
מה עם אשתו של
He doesn't
סטנלי?
need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket.
אני
this
רק
sort
משיג
of
את הדין שאני יכול
shining
להתקדם עליה
bucket.
ישר.
Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
בדלי הזה יש לו איזה שהם כוחות מיוחדים כאלה. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press it to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say?
ברא, גם עכשיו הוא נדבק אל הדלי
More
המטומטם
capable of
הזה.
transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press it to relive the same day with me over and over. לא, באמת.
Oh my
Oh.
God, what am I saying? Better at carrying
Oh.
water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a
קודם
regular
בעולם פתוח
bucket.
זה נהיה יותר ויותר קטן. Interesting. Press 6 to go back home. Go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket.
The fuck?
Oh, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything
What
it
the
asks.
fuck?
What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would
No.
be less confusing.
No, oh my god,
The bucket
no!
would tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
No.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give
Close
it
your
now.
eyes. לי אין בעיה לתת לך דדלי, אני לא צריך את זה בכלל. Go back to work, Stanley. אוקיי. יצאתי מהלופ, אוקיי.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
וזה כל המעברים פה. אז עכשיו אני עובר פה, רגיל. השגתי לדרך של המעלית פה. עכשיו אני ארד למטה. Why don't we find them? אוקיי, בוא נראה. איפה אפשר להשיג את הסטנלי פיגרינס? לא מעניין, next. לי אכפת הלוקיישן. אומייגאד. אחד נמצא בשירותים, כן ראיתי, זה נמצא סטנלי פרבל 2. אפילו לדקוס פרבל באמפלואי 412 416 בקידומית. רד רום. רד רום. זה שמה. אוקיי, good luck. אמפלואי 416. Just a completionist instinct. Okay. There will be a reward for them all. Oh. Oh! Inside of a sequel exhibit. A large room, lots of boxes. Stairs! Something to do with stairs. Some are both red and blue, nearby fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. הסטיירס, אז אוקיי, הפיגרין האחרון זה בסטיירס.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket
לא ראיתי למעלה, אז נותר רק למטה. אהה!
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing
Just the
something just for the
completionist.
sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
אוקיי, אני עכשיו הקומפלישניסט. עכשיו אני פה עם הדלי.
Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy.
מה עם הדלי?
And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms.
Oh, okay.
Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
לא, זה פשוט עדיין היית מזהה את הקול שלו
None of its
כדלי.
familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
זה ליטר
How did
אומר
I end up
פרומפטור
with someone else's
וסטנלי.
bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed,
זה ליטר אומר פרומפטור וסטנלי.
which was, of course, very odd.
כן,
I
חוזרים
found
לזה.
myself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious,
Oh.
he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley,
Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
זה אפילו לא הכל שעשית לו
He
קודם!
rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next.
Oh.
None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to
How
return to
is
his
that the
old
property
friend.
of
It was the
Stanley?
only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Oh.
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and
והתעלף. אוקיי. אומייגאד! ועכשיו בעצם אני חוזר לדמות השנייה.
This is the story of a
Okay.
woman named Mariella.
מריאלה.
Mariella woke up on a
עכשיו
day
חוזרים על
that
מריאלה.
she arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and
Oh my
walked to her
God.
place of work. But on this
עכשיו יש לה את הדלי.
her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
ברה.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be. man.
כל העולם הזה זה
She
חלום
hugged
של
her own
סטנלי!
even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems. She
אז
would
רגע,
soon
זה
have to
חלום או
confront.
שזה משחק?
Her bucket would provide absolute
כי האזור
guidance
שלי
and
קודם,
total
אתה אומר שזה משחק, אבל אחד מהאנדינג זה אומר שזה חלום.
Life kicks ass. And she backflipped.
אז זה
all the way to
חלום או
the
שזה לא? תחליט כבר. אוקיי. או! משהו השתנה.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those footlights. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
הפגלרית!
Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
A memory
I would love
zone!
nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
A memory zone, אוקיי. עכשיו יש אזור ספציפי רק לפיגרינים.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
אפשר להגיש אותם המקס. הבא זה שירותים.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Okay.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was
אחר
the
כך
room
אני
you found
השגתי
your
עוד
third
אחד
bucket?
במשרד.
Can you remember?
בחדר הסודי. זה היה השלישי.
Hey, that's exactly
החדר
right.
הסודי,
It was
כי
here,
זה היה בדיוק
behind the
ההמשך
boss's
של
office.
השירותים.
It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them.
עכשיו יש לי
I'm
9.
glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I
כן.
shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
הייתי אומר שזה לא בהכרח נכון, אבל אני כן הייתי בלייב פה, ואני זוכר הרבה דברים, אז אני יכול לזרוק דברים בהשפעה בין... אני יכול לזרוק דברים בהשוואה בין 2013 לבין 2029, בוא נראה...
Oh yes, we found a figure in this pink room.
What?
Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room,
What
but
the
it's
fuck?
here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
איך יש פה חדר ורוד? החדר הגרוע הזה זה ליטרלי איפה שהיה ה-warehouse.
This was the fifth mini-stand, and this one was really something special.
Okay.
It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Wow.
Enjoy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. מה זה הסרטון הלואו קואליטי הזה? What the fuck? אפילו לא איך שאני הזקתי את זה. פניה the red blue doors, כן. וואו, איזה סרטון ישן זה. כנראה יותר טוב ממה שאני יכול לעשות, אבל... בעצות כאלה שסרטונים, אבל כן. אבל וואטר. קופרד אני ראית?
I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
מה נדע? זה 8 דקות, אוקיי. לא רע. עדיין זה גרוע, אבל אני לא יכול לעשות יותר טוב. והאחרון זה במדרגות.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here, under the stairs. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
Okay.
Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Okay. Oh.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Bye.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, that spot under the stairs. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
הבא זה החדרים.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh my god! לא שוב!
Yes, I love that video.
תק הדלת. זה הדרך הזאתי. החדר הוורוד שלו אמור להיות קיים.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room though. A solid room.
הבא זה השניים בבוס's office.
You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation.
100% יש, זה ליטרלי יש את זה במינימום. האמת אני אלך לווירהאוס. אני לא יכול, אוקיי. אני לא יכול כי אני בחרתי כבר בבוס's office. בבוס's office secret room. אוקיי. זה השירותים.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Stanley Parable 2. The jumping room.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on it. I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look, oh yes, The two doors!
Oh my god.
Isn't that a classic memory, this one?
Oh. ואז אחר כך המשרד.
And before everything else, there was your office.
כן.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
על פי הסטורי
There's
לא.
something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
זה ליטרל הנערי לפני הסטורי, והמקום הראשון שהם הכריזו זה המשרד.
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did.
לנערייטור עוד לא היה חבר, אז הוא יצא את סטנלי.
But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Oh.
I did enjoy telling his story so very much.
כן, זה חלום או שזה משחק?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh. לופ. חזרתי למשחק.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
מה קרה פה? מה זה?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort.
Reboot the game entirely.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
שנייה, לפני זה, יש לי עוד 3 endings.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
וכל זה קשור למשרד למטה. ואני יכול לפתוח את זה עכשיו, ויש לי גם את זה עם הדלי. כן, זה לא עושה כלום, אוקיי.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
ועכשיו הגיע הזמן לרדת למטה בשביל 3 endings. ואני מקווה שזה יהיה הכל.
Stanley and the bucket
the
walked
mind
straight
control
ahead to the
facility
large
by
door
escape.
that read, Mind
אני אעשה את
Control
המייקרוסופט
Facility.
פסיליטי קודם. כי זה האנדינג היותר ראשי.
The lights rose
Oh my God!
on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below.
A bug!
Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here.
Okay.
So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
Oh.
It really wasn't so bad down here.
Okay.
A bit cold, perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving convenience. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. That's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
קודם זה כן היה ending. awaiting input. אוקיי, אני לרגע הולך להשתיק את עצמי. רגע. טלפון.
Hi Stanley, just wanted to leave you a message to let you know that there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
ביי. טוב, אני לרגע הולך להשתיק את עצמי, אני כבר חוזר. אוקיי, חזרתי. בוא ניגש, משחק, נשיג כבר את הדלי הזה. ואשיג עוד 3
Everyone is so
אנדינגס!
lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
100%, אבל זה אומר לי לעשות
Tightly to his
reset.
chest and entered the door on his left.
לעשות לגמרי reset. Reboot the game entirely.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd come into a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
עכשיו נותר לי escape וה-mind control facility. סופית.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
בואו נסיים את זה.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears. But Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it.
למה כל כך יודעים הרבה אנשים על הדלי הזה? זה פשוט פאקינג דלי.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raised furiously in
נראה לי
Stanley's...
דלי פשוט רוצה להיות דלי.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Okay, הרבה ציפורים יפים.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
אבל למה לעשות את זה ככה? המיינד קונטרול זה
Stanley
הרבה יותר
marveled at the
גרוע.
method genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
whatever, זה המטומטם. Awaiting input.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, it takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Stay endings!
No one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
מה אם נעשה את הסוף המתוכנן בסוף?
Stepping into his manager's office,
Oh my god,
Stanley was
בכל
once
פעם
again
שאני
stunned
מדלן צריך
to
לעשות את
discover
הקול
not
הזה
an
המטומטם.
indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of it, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket...
עם הדלי אני חייב כל הזמן לעשות את זה בגלל שהוא חושב שזה הדלי.
Yes, this is certainly the most...
אז הנער איתו לא משועמם, אז משום מה הוא אוהב להידבק עם הדמות הדלי המטומטמת הזאתי. הדלי, שהלוואי שזה עמות. הרגע. ליטרלי הוא ביקש ממני להרוס את זה וסטנלי אמר לא.
Stanley and the bucket
What the
walked
fuck?
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
זה נכון. השאלה האם זה
The door
ישתנה.
behind them was not shut.
כי יש את זאת,
Stanley
יש
and
לו
the
זאת,
bucket
יש את
still
הנער
had
איתו
every
השנייה.
opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
יש את הגברת
At
השנייה.
this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
האם הנער האיתורית השנייה מופיעה פה? כי זה המקום שהיא הופיעה כל המשחק. הגיע הזמן למות עוד פעם.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
הנה, עכשיו אמר farewell. וזה עצר. תדברי.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious
עכשיו זה על הדלי הכל, לא על סטנלי פארבל. לא מעניין אותי. זה הרי סתם
Can
דלי
you see
מסוכן.
how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his... No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man
מה
who
כל
should
הזמן כולם
kneel
מתבכיינים על
before the
הדלי
bucket.
הזה? אוקיי.
But there is something we can do.
Ma.
Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
מה זה?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine.
Oh.
Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools until...
קודם מעניין הסטנלי פארבל, עכשיו הדלי
The
מת.
bucket shall take its place as ruler,
ועכשיו
as
עם
leader, as
הדלי.
commander of a new world.
סטנלי לא מעניין. אוקיי. קודם היא אמרה תעשה ריסט, עכשיו היא אומרת אל תעשה ריסט. עוד
All
אחד.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace.
עוד אחד.
Assertive, yet compassionate.
זה השתנה עוד פעם.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
האנדינג האחרון לפני שאני יוצא לגמרי מהמשחק וחוזר. בואו נעשה את זה.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
עכשיו האנדינג האמיתי, או הראשון ביותר שאפשר לעשות במשחק.
The lights rose on an enormous room
אין שום אנדינג שנחשב לראשון, אבל זה האנדינג
Stanley and the bucket
לרוב בעצם לא יש שום סיבה למה לא להתנתק מהנרייטור. לא יש שום סיבה למה להתנתק מהנרייטור בהתחלה של המשחק.
Monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears. Stanley
כן, וואו, יכול ליפול גם בנקודה הזאת. יכול ליפול למטה. אבל אני לא רוצה ליפול, אני כבר השגתי את למטה עם הבקט, וגם רגיל.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
כי משום המדע שמפעילים את המיינד קונטרול פסיליטי יש ציפורים? What?
These questions raised furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
קודם הנרייטור אמר לי בקיצור fuck you ורצה להרוג אותי עם פיצוץ.
His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
That's off.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roast. Stanley wanted to sneeze and wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket. Needed the soothing warmth of the bucket.
אני לא רוצה את הכלי המטומטם הזה.
Part of the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
Oh my God.
Not while this building has anything to say about it.
Oh my God.
He would never again leave this
אז אני לא יכול לצאת בכלל מהמקום הזה.
At least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Yeah, was going to find out מה. שודן awaiting input. זה השתנה. Oh my god. זה היה מסדר. Welcome Stanley to heaven. לא. ככה reset או אתה מתכוון כאילו? נראה לי אתה מתכוון לגמרי לסגור את המשחק. Quick to desktop. אולי לזה אתה מתכוון? 4 achievementים, מתוך 11, וואו זה כלום, מה יש פה עוד? Quit the game, start back up again, 8. A test achievement. Huh? Set all setting sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. Speedrun. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds, not including load times. Super go outside. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Commitment. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. Sure. אני לא יודע מה זה אומר, אבל... למה שהמשחק יגיד לי לצאת לגמרי? Please enter to get current time. עכשיו... זה... נגיד ככה 1.5. נו, למי אכפת דקה פחות, פה דקה יותר. hang on. מה? Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually saying the clock both times and you've bullet up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously, they just leave it at the clock at 12 and call it a day. You're actually taking the time to set the clock and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience, you're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you've said are correct. Tell you what, I'll make a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you put up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the game. אתה אמרת לי לעשות ריבוט entirely. אני literally יצאתי מהמשחק וחזרתי. Oh, welcome back! Wait a game and then start up again. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the
מי
door.
עושה את זה בשביל לפתוח כמה שיותר אנדינגס? מה עכשיו אתה אומר?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
משחק רגיל?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
לא, אני לא עומד לשחק את כל הבולשיט הזה, אני פשוט... רגע, settings! יאללה, נו. Oh my god. Super loud. זה הרבה יותר עדיף. Oh, no. Settings World Champions. Those settings are in the menu to all available numbers. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
מה
to
אם
the
אני
meeting.
לא אקח
Perhaps
איתי
he
את
had simply
הפוקט?
missed a memo.
יש עוד פעם לחדר 416, אם עסקתי עכשיו את
When
האצ'יבמנט.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the...
רגע, כן, אני צריך לצאת לגמרי מהמשחק, ואז הנה. Welcome back with Settings World Champion. אוקיי, עכשיו אומרים לי לעשות כמה זמן זה שאני רוצה. יאללה, 6:30, למה לא? 3:30 a.m. Your favorite time of day. כן, מסכים. Or you could simply not resist in giving me the correct time again. לא, זה אף פעם לא. After all, I know how much you enjoy saying the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 3:40 a.m. is. Let's use another slide to find out. Inaccurate. Oh, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting those settings. Feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've got the slides I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to get new data. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple right up. Should be ready next time you boot up the game. אוקיי, אז לצאת ולחזור. זה מוזר, זה קווסט ממש מוזר. This is just set that the computer is barely visible. Until the dog and cat are friends. Okay. Then the number 5 becomes number 9. Or do you stop adjusting the slide? I mean, that word is the most appealing. Okubonical? Okubonical? Or Scrumptious? What the? Is that it, It's not just a slider. You know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time right now the correct time? Again? What is time anyway? Okay. The relative. Is there anything about this if you haven't told me? No. Hell. Yes. We'll come back to visit me, Ken. עכשיו יוצאים וחוזרים. קצת מפחיד אותי. מה זה מקווה שאין ג'אמפ סקייר? לא אמור להיות, זה לא משחק אימה. זה יהיה מטומטם מי יהיה ג'אמפ סקייר. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you, and you don't know me. And either of us don't know what time it is. Because some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being completely honest, the clock doesn't do anything in game anyway. Okay. You won't have me here when the game starts up next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? But that's maybe because the information I really learned about you. Oh, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you find me. Talk soon. Epilogue! Okay. Many years later. Oh. חזרתי לפה. אל המדבר. מסנוור, במיוחד כל החושך שעברתי איתו קודם. אני לא יכול לעשות פה כלום. אין ספרינט, אין כלום, יש רק חום. מה, איכשהו מצאתי כיסא, ויש לי גם קצת אש, מדובר. ייי. סופת חול. והמון כיסאות. למה? איך אני פשוט לעבור ככה? נשמע לזה שאני אפילו לא יודע לאן אני הולך. חזרה לחושך. אין כיסאות, אין אש, אין כלום. חזרה לשמש. בוא נלך אל השמש. זה נראה לי יהיה רעיון טוב. נראה שזה משהו. והנה הבית. הבית הזיכרונות. נראה לי זה אחרי הסקיפ בטן. אומייגאד זה הרס לגמרי את כל הבית. את כל המקום בזיכרונות. בקושי יש רק גנרטור שעובד פה. סטנלי פרבל 2. לאן זה מוביל אותי? זה כמו האדוונצ'ר ליין. מה זה? Review. Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. But the first game teamed with originality. The Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. But I didn't expect what made the first game enjoyable. The sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. I found a deep hole, who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead we get uninspired cyclists collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say that I found the bucket to be quite comforting. מה יש עם הדלי? אני לא מבין מה מיוחד בדלי, אבל כל מה שקורה פה זה שהנרייטור פשוט מבואס בסטנלי פרבל 2. הכפתוריה ג'ים. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. But the Stanley Parable launched to max success by publishers, its creators made a plan to build properly into a franchise, but the disastrous critical and commercial reception of the Stanley Parable time has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions as outlined in a press release they were published today. It's kind of about Stanley Parable is just not what fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yeah, it turns out this could not be added. Okay, מבטלים כל סיקוולס אל הסטנלי פרבל. זאת אומרת שלא יהיה יותר את הנרייטור המעצבן הזה. שכאילו... אוקיי. עוד פיגרינים. 26 פיגרינים, let's go. מה זה? מה היה פה בדרך כלל? מה זה? Thank you for joining the new content. זה המקום של ה-new content. מה זה? מה אני אמור לעשות פה? 100% הדבר היחיד שפועל פה זה המחשב, אבל המחשב עצמו לא באמת עובד. עכשיו, אוקיי, זה סצנה! אוקיי. למה זה לא עובד קודם? אוקיי. זה סיר. But it's never to land there will never will be another Stanley Parable game. Do you really want to preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not scared. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? See, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. But make a mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable free. And simple. All we need to do is change the number in the game's start screen. You also need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for a game. Avoid the swimming pool. The Stanley Parable 3, avoiding the swimming pool. It's absurd, I love it. Every time you reset the game, you will advance the number by 1 and will pick a new subtitle. That way the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in this game itself will change when you do this here. Adding more content sounds like work, no need to do that. It will just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say in this. Law. I understand, sometimes we're not ready to move on. That's fine, if you ever want to change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, talk to me. I'll be right here. במה התחילה אתה מתכוון באפלוג או begin the game? או ביציאה של המשחק? מצד אחר, כן יש את האפלוג. רגע לא begin the game again. מה אם אני אצא עכשיו ואני אחזור? אוקיי, אז כן, אני חייב לעשות את כל האפלוגות פעם. ייי. מייגאד. אז כן, זה היה הסוף של המשחק ואני ליטרלי אמרתי לא. ליטרלי אני סתם עושה לעצמי דיליי. אני לא יכול לעשות פה כלום, אני פשוט לא אזוז. כן, אני אפילו לא חייב לזוז. זה לא יהיה רלוונטי עד שאני אמצא את הבית. את הבית של הזיכרונות. אנחנו אומרים שהמשחק הזה נוצר ביוניטי. אני זוכר הרבה מהקרדיטים האלה אז. זה! כל מה שאני יכול להגיד, כל הכבוד ליוצרים האלה, כאילו, גם אפילו שאני לא כזה נהנה מהמשחק באופן כללי, אני כאילו... נשמע מותש וכל זה. מי שצפה את בחזרה, אני ליטרלי עכשיו כמעט 2 בלילה. אני די עייף. אם מישהו אשכרה צופה בזה לייב, כנראה הוא גם עייף, כנראה עזב. אם מדברים על הלייב עצמו. אומייגאד, זה ראש מדי נניח. עכשיו זה חד... אומייגאד! זה מה שקורה כשהמשחק חזק מדי. עכשיו הגיע הזמן... מה אני חושב בכללי על הסטנלי פארבל? אני לא כזה מרגיש שאני מתאים לכזה סוג של משחק. כאילו משחק כזה בשבילי לא מרגיש משהו ש... כאילו זה מרגיש די משעמם בשבילי. זה כמו לדוג בגופיס פונד. זה ליטרלי כמו הלייבסטרים בלומיאן לגאסי, שכל מה שאני עשיתי זה רק דגתי בגופיס פונד. למי מעניין לראות את זה? אבל מצד אחר, יש אולי אנשים שאולי כן אוהבים כזה סוג של משחק עם כל הלופים שלו. אז אני לא אומר המשחק גרוע, אני פשוט אומר שזה לא המשחק בשבילי. אני כבר נתתי דוגמאות. המשחקים של זלדה לסוויץ', המשחקים הראשיים של זלדה, סליחה, לסוויץ', סקארלט וויילט, והייתי גם מכניס לג'נדס ארקס, אני עולה לי בראש, או משהו גם כמו מיינקראפט. הייתי אומר, אלה יותר משחקים בשבילי בהשוואה, כי באמת כל דבר אחר פשוט מרגיש לא בשבילי, וזה פשוט מוזר. פשוט מרגיש בשבילי מוזר לשחק במשחק כמו זה, כאילו. אני לא מרגיש את האפיל שיש בעצם במשחק הזה. אבל מצד אחר אני 100% רואה איך יכול להיות אפיל למשחק כמו זה. כמו הסטנלי פארבל. כאילו אני משווה את ה-2013 ואת ה-2022 בנפרד. ה-2013 כאילו כן היה בסדר פה ושם, אבל הנרייטור הוא פשוט מטומטם ומציק ומעצבן. והתוספות של 22 הם כאילו אחר כך איכשהו לדמות הראשית יש איזושהי אובססיביה כזאתי על פאקינג דלי, שעד עכשיו אני לא מבין את זה. אני לא מבין מה יש לכל הדמויות במשחק הזה. כאילו זה ליטרלי 3 דמויות שמדברים רק על פאקינג דלי. עכשיו אני יכול להחזיר את האודיו לאיך שהיה. הם ליטרלי מדברים רק על פאקינג דלי. What? Let's do it. Good, that's great. A new sequel every time you start up the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. See, I noticed that the narrator never found a way to give you that broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix that. Let's fix it. Alright, the achievement machine is now fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. I'm going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great! There's only one last thing we need to do. Present the current time. Please adjust the slider. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No.
A new content
No,
פתוח,
surely not.
perfect. A Stanley Parable 2 Expo Hall. מה אם אני אלך לאזור של הדלי עם הדלי? ומה אם אני אלך אל יש לי 3 דברים. האזור של הדלי עם הדלי.
You see,
המקום של
Stanley,
ה-Broken
I've been
Achievement.
reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be.
סתום את הפרק. מה שאני רואה פה זה מה אני חושב על המשחק. אני יכול, כאילו, לא ממש חושב, אני אמרתי את זה באפלוג. יש 3 דברים שאני יכול לעשות פה באקספדישן. הדלי, איפה שהדלי, כי תכף כבר יש לי את הדלי. What the fuck? הנה, סטנלי פארבל 2. אני יכול ללכת עם הדלי איפה שהדלי אמור להיות. בגלל שאני תכף משחק בסטנלי פארבל 3, אז יש לי את החוקיה של הדלי. סטנלי פארבל 2 כבר קיים עם הדלי.
Clear. I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2
אני יכול ללכת לאזור של הפיגרין כדי שיש לי הכל, אני יכול ללכת לעשות את הבוקר achievement, ואני יכול גם לעשות את
that if I can
settings
loosely
master.
organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up
לא
around them.
ג'ים, לא בטן.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
כבר אני יודע על האפלוג, אבל לא מהאפלוג יש דרך להגיע למעלה? לא, זה הבלונים.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
כן, עכשיו זה
Well,
כבר
someday
קשה
it
שזה
is.
ישתנה ללבן. עכשיו, כי הלבן הוא הרבה יותר טוב. הנה, ה-free achievement. שעכשיו הבן אדם ההוא של
Now, here's something
הריסטים.
special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Okay.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever,
Achieve!
and when you pull it,
That's
the
achievement
as you can
releasing
see,
now.
the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
אהה.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago.
זה
Who fixed
השני.
it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh God. Composure? Composure.
זה ליטרלי הבן אדם השני שקשור במשחק הזה.
Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
collectibles. יש גם infinite hole שמשום מה לא עשיתי. והיה jump circle.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Bro. This is stupid. And it's of קפיצות. And I got world settings achievement.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion Achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider. And that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
אוקיי. שאלה אם יש לי פה במשקוסתי, כי טכנית אני נמצא בסטנלי פרבל 3. שאולי אני אקבל את זה בסטנלי פרבל 4. יש את האינפיניטי הור שבכלל לא עשיתי פעם קודמת, וגם עם הג'אמפ. החדר של הג'אמפינג. שעכשיו אני סיימתי הכל.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for, you see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top and we can continue onward.
לא תודה. אני רוצה לראות כמה עמוק זה באמת.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
אתה אומר טלפורט לא נכון, אתה אומר טליפורט. זה לא נכון. זה לא איך שאומרים טלפורט. לא אומרים טליפורט, אומרים טלפורט.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Hey!
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
Okay.
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move.
בסדר, אני מוכן להפעיל כל כך למטה. אבל אני אעשה את זה עוד פעם בגלל שאתה...
You see, I was right. The problem is you.
לא, זה בגלל שאתה אומר טלפורט לא נכון.
Holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Oh.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I can't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did.
לי זה הרגיש הרבה פחות מקודם, כן?
Admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me.
אני פה עוד פעם, כי אתה אומר טלפורט לא נכון!
Positively, gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Ow.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here?
שאלה טובה.
I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something.
מה?
Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
אוקיי. לפחות אתה לא אומר...
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
אני לא יכול
You
לקפוץ.
just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
אומייגאד, תפסיק להגיד טליפורט, אומרים טלפורט.
Is the
כן, זה לא עובד. What the
teleport
fuck?
button not working?
תתקן את זה.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
לא? אין
Still
כלום.
nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this.
מה?
I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
אתה פאקינג צוחק עליי? what the fuck? מה זה היה? אדוני? יכול בבקשה להוציא אותי מפה? what the fuck? מה זה היה? מה זה? מה זה? מה זה? מה זה? מה זה? לא! אני נפל! What the fuck? מה אני הרגע הפעלתי? מה אני הפעלתי עם החור הזה? What the fuck? Oh, I have to change your perspective. Hi, Stanley. למה אני יכול רק לעשות את זה? ולא לי אבל. You need to change your perception. Change your reality. Oh my god. Okay. What the fuck? No. No. Change yourself. Oh. Beautiful. What the fuck?
Stanley!
Oh my god.
You're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there.
What the
drifting
fuck?
away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley. Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single
חשבתי
thing.
שזה עכשיו כמו
So
מעלית,
how about
באמת.
if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole.
תוציא אותי
From the looks of
לפחות!
things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole. And I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Oh my god, זה אינסופי. חזרתי לזה עוד פעם. זה הוציא אותי!
Go on, try out some of the new features.
חזרתי אל הסטנלי פרבל 2. עכשיו אני אלך לזה של הבקט.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket?
Stanley
no.
Parable
The warmth
3.
and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Oh my god!
Stanley! Oh, thank God.
Oh.
I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I
Oh my
didn't
god.
ask. I hope one day you can forgive me.
Oh my god, מה זה? מה זה, ה-Universe Ending של פרדבר? בפנאף וורלד? זה מה שזה אמור להיות? What the fuck? עדיין יש את הכפתור של ג'ים. מה אני לא עשיתי? מה נותר לי? נראה לי אני סופית עשיתי הכל, אני יכול לצאת מפה.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley... All right, have you seen everything you wanted to?
כן, עכשיו אני יודע בטוח ראיתי הכל. בוא נראה איך תייצא את הסטנלי פרבל 4.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
No.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly...
אוקיי, לא אכפת לי. Avoid the swimming pool. אומייגאד, זה עייף אני. אני שם את הלב הזה פה. עכשיו אתה לא רק עוד 4 achievement'ים, ה8 זה Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 דקות ו-27 שניות. Don't play the Stanley Parable 10 שנים. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. אני לא יודע מה זה אמור להיות, אבל 100% זה יהיה האחד אני לא יודע אם אני בכלל אזכור את זה. אז כל מה שבאמת נותר לי זה רק ה-888 וספיד רון. ומעבר לזה אני אסיים את המשחק הזה פה כי אני עייף כבר. יש לך תמונות האלה? לא, אין כלום. אני עייף, אני מותש, אני רוצה כבר לנוח, אני רוצה לסיים את הלייבסטרים הזה. אני יותר מדי עייף, תודה לאל שלא הייתי צריך לעשות voice acting. כאן ירין ניפגש בסרטון אוהב הבא של ירין גיימס, מקווה שנהנתם. וביי ביי.